Good morning, everybody. Okay, settle down. Welcome to Wednesday. You've made it to the halfway point. We can do it. Hang in there. Well, good morning. My name's Steve Butts. I'm the CEO of the Really Pleased. And before we get going on that topic, I have a couple of announcements from the organizers. First has to do with the ongoing saga of restaurants. I'm letting you know that all of the reservations, I understand, by Chris is for 7:30 tonight. You need to get yourself there for 7:30 tonight. And the second line is now to have those presentations in to build Chris and the organizing committee for the opportunity to host today. I value my association with the World Urban Network, not just in the caliber of the people, but in the caliber of the thinking and its diversity. We're going to put that thinking and its diversity to a good workout today. Now, this session will have a strange name to start. I hope it will make sense to you as we get going. A bridge that goes nowhere. It was the product of a 2-hour walk with my friend Chris about a year ago on a hot, humid day following the World Urban Network meeting in St. Louis. Chris and I started to talk about our careers and our whys. And while we're both very proud of what we do and our teams and our growth and all the good things that go on in the communities in which we serve, turns out we had some problems that we shared. Issues that kept us awake at night. Things that related to our communities, for sure, but also related to our YMCAs and our capacity for self-determination. And we thought maybe, as Chris was planning this event, maybe there was room to actually explore that, to take a different tact to what is typically our event, and start talking about the things, as you've heard earlier, that keeps us awake. And that maybe if we share our perspectives, and our hardened assumptions, and our behavior as CEOs, we could actually learn from one another through the lens of shared experience. Well, after this 2-hour walk, Chris moved in with the obvious question, Steve, what are you doing next June? I wasn't planning on coming to Winchester, so I figured I'd come and help Chris, but there were a couple of assumptions. The first was, I want to actually come and do something, and so I'm pleased to be your chair today. The second had a much more profound purpose. I said, wouldn't it be cool, Chris, if I do come, you could pull together the surviving members of Pink Floyd and allow them to play a bit of a concert for us? Chris, I didn't see that particular thing in the schedule. Is this a bit of a surprise that you have for us later? Well, as a consolation, Chris has agreed to buy everybody around at the pub next door, so surprise. Today's session begins with a story. It happens to be true. This is a Choluteca Bridge in the country of Honduras. Decades ago, the Honduran government was trying to build a highway across the country. And it had a challenge with a river and the expense of building a bridge over it. The government of Japan graciously, as a gift to the people of Honduras, funded the development of this bridge. The Choluteca Bridge was regarded as a piece of art, beautiful and built with high quality, with first-class engineering. It was heralded as a bridge that could last generations and stand up to whatever Mother Nature could throw at it. That claim was put to a test in 1998. Hurricane Mitch, a Category 5 hurricane, pummeled Honduras, causing mass devastation countrywide. But the bridge was built to last. It came through without a scratch, but there was one problem. Hurricane Mitch was so strong, it moved the river. The bridge was just fine, other than the fact that it was no longer in the right place. I believe now it's a tourist attraction, no doubt. A perfectly good bridge, no longer relevant. A bridge that goes nowhere. How could this possibly apply to the YMCA? While it's true that most of the Ys in the room do different things in different ways, I suggest the real power of this metaphor speaks to those of us who lead YMCAs, and founded on the important obligation that we all share to determine what's important, or most important, among many important things, to make change before we have to. I've been in this game for a long time, and as I reflect on this, maybe the river represents the flow of needs and issues and opportunities and challenges that get in the way of a kid or a family or a senior from achieving their full potential. Maybe we can think of the Y as the bridge, a tool for helping people in their personal journey, helping to get over obstacles, giving people security and the capacity, fueled by the ability, the potential to become the best version of themselves. So here's the question we're going to explore today. Where's your bridge? Or more river? It's an important question, and I think challenging Ys around the world to ask themselves some very tough questions. You've heard some of them over the last couple of days. In light of issues we're hearing, like lack of capacity, negative growth, economic contraction, parochialism, and a word that I heard 6 times yesterday, crisis. What may have worked in the past may not be relevant today. This session will address this challenge in 2 ways. Here's the first. First, the hardened assumptions which underpin the strategies and priorities in the way that we lead. And second, our ability to take on real and sometimes painful change, which, as demonstrated through this illustration, has to start with us. Our approach today is going to be through the lens of shared experience. And what shared experience is not me telling you what you should do, or vice versa. But it's talking about my personal experience, what I've learned in the act of leading in my YMCA, and the things that have challenged me, that have been successful and have been failures, as a means to help you in your own work, in your own journey. We're going to focus this shared experience through the lens of 2 key questions. You're going to hear more about them a little bit later. And as I mentioned to you earlier, facilitated by individuals now sitting at each of your tables, the consulting firms of Merrick and Wisdom 8 have volunteered their time today with us to work on these 2 important questions, but mostly to help us in the act of shared experience, get the most out of our discussions with one another. We're going to do that for the morning over these 2 questions. We're going to then go for lunch. We like lunch. And while we're eating, our facilitators are going to sit back and say, well, what the heck did we just hear? What have we learned about the Y? What are the common themes, no matter which YMCA you're from? Because there's a lot of diversity in terms of leadership and scope of work in this room. We're going to have that opportunity to hear their perspective and then use that as a way to start reflecting on what they have reflected upon. What have we learned and what might we do different? We're going to have a brief plenary to share that out loud, and then we're going to shift gears to something very interesting. A team from the YMCA of San Francisco are going to come forward and start sharing a couple of ideas that they have with respect to their own river and some of the bridges they're trying to build around children's health. So I'm very happy that we can welcome Catherine and Joe and Tracy and Pat and Ellen and Andrew and Rudy and Peter and Catherine and Annalie and Heather. That is your official welcome and introduction. You can find their bios, and please read them. It's a pretty capable group on page 18 and 19 of your conference brochure. So that's the plan, and it will be something of an experiment because the entire focus is going to be on you and your capacity to share your wisdom with your colleagues. To get us started, I'm very pleased to introduce our keynote speaker, Charles Ledbetter. Charles is an author and advisor, writing a string of acclaimed books on the topics of collaboration, education, and innovation. His TED Talks have been watched by millions. Charles is the chair of Apps for Good, an education charity, and a trustee of the Paul Hamlin Foundation, and brings to us past experience as a writer and editor of the Financial Times and a policy advisor with the Labour government in the UK. Please join me in welcoming Charles Ledbetter.
Well, good morning. It's very nice to be with you. I grew up in Basingstoke, which is a town just about 20 miles up the road. And so coming to Winchester was always like coming to a proper place because it had sort of history, it was ancient, it was English in some kind of quintessential way. And indeed, here we are in a scene more appropriate for Jane Austen than the 21st century. Wealthy, stable, which at the moment is a kind of deceptively attractive thing, I suppose, if you're British, because you've arrived in a country which is going through a sort of political, cultural, moral telling kind of thing. Because, you know, you could at least think, oh, there's the football, but now you can't even think that. And so I actually, the title of my thing, I got it slightly wrong. It's not what happened to our bridge, but is where did the river go? Because my shared experience, I suppose, to some of the things that I've put on the table, is that there are more and more organisations facing this kind of challenge, this kind of question, having this kind of experience, and more people. And the kind of depth of that is that more and more people face a kind of sense of existential angst or crisis in their lives, which is not a question about how or what or when, but why and whether I will exist and why, and what will I then do. And I might have in the past been flexible, adaptive, chosen this path or that path, but perhaps now actually much more fundamental questions are facing me. And that is true of people whose jobs are being affected by new technology, globalization, trade. It's true of chief executives of some of the biggest companies on the planet. And actually those conversations kind of mirror one another. So I'm just going to introduce you to two people who suffered this, and I'll come back to them at the end, and just to get you to think about what kind of dilemmas we might now face. This is Sitting Bull. And Sitting Bull, of course, was the last leader of the Sioux Nation and fought at the Little Bighorn and faced the dilemma of what happens when your entire way of new technology, overpopulation, so on and so forth. And this is a guy you won't have heard of, probably. I don't know, has anyone heard of Plenty-Coup? Anyone here heard of Plenty-Coup? This is Plenty-Coup. He was the leader of the Crow Nation. And what Sitting Bull and Plenty-Coup both faced was what happens to a way of life when its entire economic and cultural base disappears in a matter of years, because the buffalo just go. And with the buffalo go everything else. Because if there are no buffalo, there are no raiding parties. And if there are no raiding parties, there's no point in being a brave. And if there are no braves, there's no preparation for raiding parties. There are no celebrations. There are no rituals. So the role of entire communities, which was organized around braves gaining coups in raiding parties completely disappears. And so when an anthropologist goes to talk to the Crow in particular, after the buffalo have gone, a woman in one Crow village says, nothing happens here. There are people cooking, washing, going about their days. She said, no, nothing really happens. And what she meant by nothing really happens was nothing of any cultural significance happens. Nothing that you could call being a Crow happens. We do stuff, but actually it has no meaning or purpose. And I'm struck by a very large number of organisations that I work with, both public and private, but also charitable and philanthropic, where lots of things but feel completely stagnant. And that feeling, I think, is spreading. So let me just give you a couple of examples. If you go to London and you get in one of these, I mean, basically what you used to get when you got in one of these was some sort of mildly racist commentary on the state of the world. But you would eventually get from A to B, and then you'd pay cash and it would be fine. Now, basically, when you get in one of these, you're taking a journey in an existential crisis. You're travelling in an existential crisis because the person driving will have spent 4 years acquiring the knowledge to guide you around London, and they will have invested not just time and effort, but their entire narrative of their lives, which will include, a house somewhere like Loughton, and they'll have a picture of their kids on their dashboard, and all of that has suddenly been completely upended, of course, by the arrival of these people. And these people, Uber, you can get to Paddington Station from my home. So I face this every time I go to Paddington Station to then go to Heathrow. I face this dilemma. Should I get a black cab? They're London and they're part of the fabric, and these guys have invested all this knowledge. Or should I call an Uber, which is not only convenient, because I know exactly when it's going to come, but it also turns out that when you get in the guy driving is a recent immigrant, and this is his foothold job in the economy. So it's a real sort of moral dilemma. What is the good thing to do? And then complicating that, of course, is the taxi driver is an independent, the Uber driver isn't an independent, because the Uber driver is part of Uber's system. If you go to Dublin, Uber makes 4.5 million euros a week in Dublin. It employs 2 people, because everyone else is a sort of quasi-employee subcontractor. No one can work out what their status is. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Is that progress that we're creating new categories of ways of working which don't fit with the self-employed, employed dichotomy, because these people are somewhere between, or is it a step backwards? And then, of course, in the long run, if this guy driving this Uber who picks me up, I have this journey, he follows 2 apps, one called Waze and Google Maps, both owned by Google, to guide him from my house to Paddington Station. When we get to Paddington Station, he says, "Oh, what's this?" Not only has he not been to Paddington Station, he hasn't really been to a station before. To travel in this, or good to travel in this, but we'll have to work on questions of what is it good to do, and how do you legally engaged in it, and kill. And the water's just of a place, all sorts of divides and by right. Basically, existence now depends on interdependence. And then, of course, there are these guys. It wants to bring on the end of the world. These guys believe in existentialism because they want to disrupt everything that currently exists. And their answer to crisis is you have to go into it, and you have to absolutely make the most of it, and you have to tear up everything that currently exists. That's incredibly destructive and costly and difficult, and impossible to do, actually, in cities, and impossible for most people to do, but possible if you live in this kind of world where you're young, you're agile, you've got venture capital, and there's no such thing as a kind of brownfield site. So that is some of the world, I think. And what I'm going to just do is show you one diagram, which is so crude it's embarrassing. But I'm going to show you one diagram, and then I'm just going to ask you to talk about it a bit and to see whether it helps you get a conversation going about where you are. So this is the bad line. This is a red line. This is a line you don't want to be on. This is the line that you don't want to show your board of declining membership, revenues, profits, sales, you name it. You don't want to be on this line, right? This is the bad line. This is the good line. This is the line of Silicon Valley. This is the line of growth. This is the line of the future, where you start small and you kind of grow and the future is unfolding. And much of the story of innovation, we tell ourselves through the lens of Clayton Christensen and other people, is there are lots of people on red lines and they're sort of going down, and there are lots of people on green lines and they're coming up. And the green line will overtake, displace the red line. And there's this sort of conflict that goes on and creative destruction, but eventually the new will emerge and vanquish the old. And it's a very binary story. It's about old and new, insurgent and incumbent, and it's very compelling and appealing. And this is a red line person. So he was on the red line. He was sailing along. Basically, he and his family said, we own not only this party, but this process and probably the presidency. And he came along, and he's a kind of green line person. And he is proof that the green line is not all good by any means. It comes out of nowhere. It's often overlooked. It's dismissed. It flaunts tradition, convention, rules, and even morality. And every time anyone says you're inconsistent, he says, bring it on. Every time we try and say you're uncivil or immoral, he says, fine, go ahead. The more extreme he gets, the better it becomes. It's a bit like, don't you remember that Zero Mostel comedy musical, Springtime for Hitler, which is so bad it's a success? That is Donald Trump and Nigel Farage. They're so bad, they've somehow become a kind of weird kind of success. So this is a kind of story of two competing forces. And I just want to suggest that it's slightly more complicated. And actually, the future depends on it becoming more complicated. Because actually, I think quite a lot of the action in organizations and industries happens where these two forces converge and meet. And it happens where they get mixed up. Where these new things emerge, but they lack legitimacy, they lack resources, they lack reach. And these old things are changing, but they don't quite know how to make their way into the future. And so they're reaching out for new people, new ideas, and new relationships. And actually, quite a lot of the action, for quite a lot of the time in industries, exists in this blue circle. And out of that blue circle come lots and lots of different hybrids. It's not a question of just the green or the red, the new or the old. Actually, there are lots of different ways of trying to make your way into the future. There's no such thing as is that. I basically think there are two types of people in organizations who I think have found themselves in that blue space and what it's like to be in that blue space. And then I'm just going to ask you to have a bit of a conversation about this diagram. So I don't know if anyone here has used one of these. Do you know what these are? Nice plastic bag of salad. Anyone ever thought about where that comes from? How we ended up using that idea? If you're English, the arrival of salad coincided with Wimbledon, and it lasted a fortnight, basically. That's when you had salad. It was 2 weeks in June, and it was a sort of limp lettuce, probably with a boiled egg. I don't know if you remember those fantastic boiled egg slices that you used to have. just to make salad. I wonder where they are. There's probably mountains of them somewhere, of unused boiled egg slices. So that was salad, and now we get this salad, or Sainsbury's or Lidl, you name it, and we pick them up and they're washed, apparently, and we open them up and you drizzle some olive oil and a bit of lemon on and you've got a salad. It's amazing. And outside Carmel, California, the new chef didn't like their lettuce, had his own suppliers, so they had all this unsold lettuce. So Myra said, look, if you put this lettuce in a freezer bag and you zip up the top, you put it in the fridge, you can pick it on Sunday and you can still eat it on Thursday. Why don't we just get a load of freezer bags, put the lettuce in the freezer bags, take them to greengrocers around Carmel, see if any get sold. Well, turned out they all got sold. So they got a load more freezer bags, a load more lettuce, still got sold, didn't go to graduate school, got 3 more farms, grew more lettuce. Myra's dad adapted the washing machine in their house on the delicate cycle to wash the lettuce. They invented their own cutting machine with a golf buggy to go along and cut the lettuce right at its root so you didn't damage any leaves. So one thing led to another, and they created a little shop. This is the first place that lettuce in a bag was sold as a dedicated product in an organic shop. This is where you would have had to have looked to see what then went on to change the entire food industry. Because what happened then was Costco came, and Costco said, oh, we really like this, but we think you're not doing it at enough scale. We will add our industrial processes to your organic lettuce. Now, Drew and Myra run Earthbound Farm. They've got 137 farms. They are filthy rich, horribly good looking, and completely ethical all at the same time. But where that came from was a margin. And it came from people who had no option but to make things up. And it came from seeing things in a new way, but actually with an old product. It's lettuce at the end of the day and a plastic bag. There is nothing new about either of those things, but the combination put together at the right time for the right market means that they are now the fastest growing organic food producer in the fastest growing food market in America. So one question is, how do you find things like that? How do you find those kinds of things that could be the key to your future, which are going to unlock a different kind of possibility for you? So I'm just going to suggest then over the next 10 minutes, say 12 minutes, we have 2 conversations just about this diagram. For the next 6 minutes, let's have a conversation about whether this makes sense to you, whether you can see yourself or your organisation in it or people you know. Is this helpful or not? That's the first conversation. And then the second conversation, we're going to talk about where you'd like to be on this, or where might be good places to be on this to see where you might go in the future. So first conversation, does that help you? Does it make sense? Can you see yourself? Either do it as a table. I think you've got facilitators who might now spring into action. So you might do it as a table. That might help get going. But do it however you want. 6 minutes. So, colleagues, I'm not going to kind of kill us by death through feedback. So I'm just going to carry on, assuming that you've had a good conversation, and then at the end, we can perhaps all come together and have a conversation. Because the next conversation I'm going to suggest you have is assuming that there is at least something in this which is reasonably helpful. How would you use it to work out where to stand, where to look, who to work with, how to work in order to move forward, to make progress, and how to be, if you like, I think the way to think about it is that the space between the green line and the red line needs to be expanded. That's the point. It's not to be on the green line rather than the red line. The point is to try and expand the possible future, which is a possible good future. That's what we're trying to do for our communities, it seems to me. And so it is to explore what all those multiple little blue hybrid mutant oxymoron type things are. And so it might be that the future is a declining black taxi thing, and it might be that the future is a kind of autonomous vehicle thing. But actually, if you look around cities in the world, what are some of the biggest things you see? You see trams coming back, you see light rail, you see rapid bus transit, you see cycling, you see matatus. You see in lots of cities in the world, actually the most important form of city transport being walking. And then on top of that, you see Drive Now and Zipcar and car sharing and all sorts of things. So the space is not black cabs versus Uber. The space is all of those different things. But it depends if you can adopt a vantage point that is thinking about the city and people rather than I'm a black cab driver or I'm an Uber driver. So one of the challenges for organisations is to get out of this sort of rather frightening and divisive old versus new, young versus old kind of way of thinking. So I'm going to come back to it, and I'm just going to ask you in a second to think about, well, where would you like to be? Where would be a good position, both for your organisation, but actually let's not talk about the organisation. That's a sort of a bit of a cop-out. Where would you like to be, personally? Where do you think you should be in order to do a good job in the way that you want to do it? So I think operating in that circle means looking in new ways and new places. So you do have to look in unusual places, because if you look in the normal places, you'll just come up with the regular answers. You have to collaborate with new people who aren't like you, who may not share your values, who won't speak your language in different kinds of ways. I think if you want to be in that kind of space where there's lots of possibilities, you have to learn fast in action, not in theory, which means that you need to be able to undertake lots of iterative attempts at finding out what the new might be, because if you store everything up for one big go and it fails, you're finished. But if you learn continually and rapidly with real people in real time, pivot, adapt, change strategy, add things, then you've got more of a chance. But that means backing people to do that, finding the resources, finding the right people, learning to cope with failure, but most of all, learning to learn, basically. All organisations will have to be about rapid, scalable learning. You have to be really honest about what works. And one of the most difficult things about being in that little blue circle is that it's all very exciting and there's lots of possibility, but there's also a lot of conflict. And one of the things about innovation that people don't say, because they like to say that it's all kind of fantastic and new and exciting, is they don't tell you it's actually there's an awful lot of conflict. And if there isn't conflict, you're not innovating in an existing organisation, because new things almost certainly threaten old things. They unsettle people. They take away identity, purpose, hierarchy, organisation, you name it. And there is almost always conflict. And so, in order to prepare an organisation for that kind of thing, you have to make sure it's honest. And to make sure it's honest, one of the things that you need is really good data. You need to know that you're getting good data in whatever form that is, qualitative, quantitative, however you measure it, but good data so people can sit down and say, you know what, that really isn't working, is it? No, it's not. And I'm responsible for it, but I am prepared to admit, on the basis of the evidence, that isn't working, we'll have to do something different. So unless you can have those conversations in organisations which honestly bring out what isn't working, it's very difficult to find the space to do new things. And you have to find purpose. So a lot of this work, and the reason I'm here, apart from having had two very nice conversations with Chris and Andy, a lot of the reason that I'm here is because I've been working with Rosie for probably the best part of the last 5 years in one way or another, but over the course of the last year and a half, working with Rosie at Central YMCA to work out, we've got this amazing building, it's got a great atmosphere, there's a great club, and we've got a lot of machines. I mean, there are a lot of machines that people run on and stuff like that. But in a way, the question for the Central YMCA is, how did we end up in the treadmill business? Competing with other treadmill suppliers to provide a thing which is a perfect summation of everything that's wrong with our culture, a treadmill. You know, you pay money to go and stand on a treadmill. The most reductive, instrumental, mechanistic form of individualistic exercise you can imagine. And that's the business we're in, and we're selling cut-price gym memberships, competing with the other 12 gyms. Well, how did we end up in the gym business? We're in the mind, body, spirit business. We're in the kind of holistic person business. We're in wellness. We're in possibility and development. We're in sharing and values. We're in tolerance and community. And the gym was just a way to get into that, just a mechanism. It's not the purpose. And so one of the things that happens to companies is products, processes, all that stuff becomes the purpose. And actually, if you want to find a new way forward, you've got to go back to your purpose. One of the great strengths of Central YMCA, and indeed the YMCA as a movement, and I can tell you this absolutely 100%, is you have a purpose. Most of the organisations I work with don't have a purpose. So when you say to them, what would you like to achieve in the future, they've got no idea what they're trying to achieve. They don't know how to have that conversation because they're not purposeful organisations. They're profit maximising or market share growing or yield improving or you name it, but they're not purpose organisations. So one of the strongest things that you have is purpose. But that means going back to it, understanding it, animating it, and using that to carry you forward, but to carry you forward in a new kind of way by looking in new places, working with new people, trying out new things, finding new expressions of that purpose. And so it is important to look back as well as forwards. I would urge you, the best way to have a new idea is to reinvent an old idea or to borrow an existing idea from someone else. But it's not always to be creative. Being creative is quite costly and very difficult. But actually, the best way to have a new idea is to be curious, and to be curious about your past, which has some rich history of ideas and inspiration, but also curious about what other people are doing. So I would go backwards. I would uncover and unpick, find out where you've come from, reanimate that, and then I would go forwards. And I would look right from the outside to think about being the client of the future. If you stood outside that entire diagram, what would it look like if you were the client of the future system that you were trying to create? So there's a woman that I've been working with on another project called Cheryl Dahl, who's got a great project called The Future of Fish, which is an attempt to get the fishing industry of Northwest America to collaborate to think about its future. And Cheryl's argument is that they've got to become the system of the future. They've got to represent the future to the system of today. So, we're back here. What I've suggested is that, in effect, there are all sorts of different positions in this diagram that you can adopt. Don't fall into the trap that it's either innovation or stagnation. You can be on the green line and innovate. You can be on that red line and you can be trying to innovate within that setting. You can be right in the middle of that blue thing. You can be one of those little blue arrows. You could go back to the past, so you could come this way. You could go forward to the future. Where is it that you personally, if you want to put yourself on this diagram, the next 6 minutes, where would you personally like to be on this diagram? So I'm hoping that that little diagram and everything will continue to be of use to you in the course of the day, and you can carry on discussing it. And I'm going to be around for a chunk of the morning, so if there's any burning questions people have got to ask of me, I'm going to be here, and please do come and talk to me. And I just wanted to finish by saying something about what it might be, and to get you to think then about what it might be to be a leader of a community in a situation where the river has moved. That's the question. Or it might move. We don't know. And what does that take? And I think that one of the things that's really important is to focus on a few simple, rather down-to-earth, but kind of also rather fundamental things in a way. So in the work that I've been doing with Rosie and thinking about what it could be, this, not just this place, but community, most importantly, possibly a movement, something anyway with a sort of dynamism. My best kind of hope of getting at that was that it should be a place and a community where you find a deeper sense of yourself. And by finding a deeper sense of yourself, you find a more multiple sense of yourself, of the possibilities of who you might become. And so rather than it being a place which reduces you to this or that activity or side of yourself, physical, mind, exercise, rest, actually it's a place that allows you to explore all of those things. And so what would it be like if we were creating places where people felt this sense of a deepening sense of their own person, their own possibility? Because the more different possibilities you feel in yourself, the more you realize there are possibilities of collaboration and connection with others. The two things go together. The more mono we are in our own identity, the less likely it is that we're going to make connections with diverse other people. That's what's happening here. A bunch of people have decided they'd like to retreat into a more mono identity, and so they don't need to collaborate with lots of other people. And there's a bunch of other people saying, no, actually we like ourselves as more multiple, diverse and open people, which is why we also like these connections with other people. And that's the sort of debate that's unfolding in this country. So that's the second thing. Make it a place where you can connect with other people in diverse ways. And so a lot of the current in the central YMCA that we found was that people like it because it's a convivial, slightly understated, egalitarian, unfussy kind of place, but they would probably welcome subtle, thoughtful ways to build on that, to draw it out, to make it more possible to come together and to connect and to create relationships of a kind of more enduring kind. Because there are those two things go together. Being a contributor and having relationships and doing with people is a really important thing. So most of what we most value, we do with other people. You cannot get pride, recognition, care, trust, friendship from Amazon. There isn't a program on a running machine that gives you those things, but you can get them through relationships. And then the third thing was making them places where you can create a kind of connection to a sense of nature or a sense of your rootedness in the world, and so they're not completely detached from that. So make them green, make them recycling, make them sustainable, make them feel like they're part of a natural cycle. And if you can do those three things, a deeper sense of self, a deeper connection to others, and a deeper connection to the world, then maybe if you follow those principles, you'll create a place which creates a sort of deeper sense of humanity. So this is the challenge that we're going to face, I think, is we have to create places where people feel more human, because there are so many forces in society, technological and political and cultural, which are about people feeling less human and less humane. So actually just standing up for that is going to be very important. That is also true of the future of schools. That schools in an era when jobs are going to be done by intelligent robots have got to be places where we learn to become more human, not second-rate robots. I mean, basically, education systems, in my view at the moment, are churning out second-rate robots for jobs that robots will do better than us. And the point is to make us more human, not more like robots. And learning how to take that step is going to be important. And so I'm on the board of this foundation, the Paul Hamlin Foundation, which invests in philanthropically in art and culture. And we've been having a bit of a debate over the last few days about what we should do and what we should stand for. And I said I thought that we should stand for three things in that. We should stand for sharing, not taking apart. We should stand for what we share. We should stand for mixing rather than being pure. We should stand for the idea that everything good is impure, basically. Everything pure is to be untrusted, in my view. Everything that claims to be pure is probably leading you in the wrong direction. Everything good comes from mixing. And everything good comes from facing the future, not turning back to the past. So if you focus on sharing, mixing, and the future, that might also give you a way to think about those things. And I say that because I want to come back to the people who faced this challenge in the past when the buffalo went. Sitting Bull. So Sitting Bull's response to the buffalo going was, there is only one way to be a Sioux. And the way to be a Sioux is to fight. And is to betray what it means to be a Sioux. And I'm not prepared to do that. And anyone who doesn't realise that is selling out, betraying their culture and their heritage, and losing their way, they're being impure. And I am going to go down fighting, and indeed he did. Then he was assassinated by the US government, and he went down in a fight, and the Sioux were banished to their reservation. Plenty-Coup, the leader of the Crow, went to the Crow and said, I've had a dream, and a vision came to me of the crow without the buffalo, and I don't know what it means, but we have to explore that possibility. We have to invent a new way to live. We have to find a way to be crow, but without buffalo. And I don't know what that is, but that is our only hope, and it comes from adaptation and creativity. And so he led the Crow into a kind of accommodation and integration and adaptation, something that was impure, that was easy to mock and undermine and to dismiss as a betrayal, but actually for him was the only hope in a situation where the river had just moved. So one question for you, I'll leave you with this, to bear in mind in the course of the rest of the day, is do you want to be Sitting Bull or do you want to be Plenty-Coup? Neither of them are easy. This country, a very large number of people have just voted to be Sitting Bull. We are defiantly going to go down being British, even if it kills us, because that's what it means to be British. And there are a bunch of other people saying, no, we've got to be Plenty-Coup. And I don't know what it means to be British in this world, but that's what we've got to explore. Do you want to be Sitting Bull or Plenty-Coup? I'll leave it there.
I don't know. Oh, we are on. Charles, it falls to me to thank you for that presentation this morning. Thank you so much. I'm Peter Burns from the YMCA in Victoria in Australia. And one of the overwhelming feelings I have from your speech this morning is that you are an amazingly gifted orator. Each of us, whether we're in our native language or listening in Spanish or other languages as our secondary language, felt the gift of space, the capacity to absorb what you were saying, the examples you offered us, and the time to reflect as you were speaking. And it was really quite profound to be hearing you this morning. I love the way that you put challenges to us with some simple advice, the gift of thinking personally about where we would prefer to be. What a gift. De-roll us and have us think personally and then move into some problem solving. I will take with me, and I'm sure many of us will, the washing machine and ironing analogy of our people it really resonated for me, and I can see for many other people in the room. So thank you so much. Ironically, I think you have brought to the room a cloak of calm, and we now can carry on and attempt to be more human. Please, won't you thank Charles?
Okay, team, we are off to a great start. You now have a break. Everybody who said you have a break has said it shall be no longer than 10 minutes. It shall be no longer than 10 minutes. See you later. Okay, folks, break time over. Please make your way to the seats. Come on back, everybody. Okay, we're going to get started. Hopefully everybody is back or attempting to do so. Okay, thank you. I've been working for the Y for 35-ish years, and I've worked under this very simple principle of how I get good ideas. And it's based on the notion that originality is the art of concealing your source. What's up on the screen for me is one of those really remarkable things that help me not just kind of think about things, but give me a framework for understanding. And for the next 2 hours, I want you all to put yourself in the blue circle, to understand that this is an opportunity for all of us in the room to share our best experience and understanding through the lens of the two questions. Now, before actually trying to make sense of what we're saying and record it, can all the recorders put their hands up, please? Thank you all for being here. So for the next 40 minutes or so, you're going to take on the first question, then we're going to take a quick break. Not a break whereby you leave the room, but a break whereby, and get ready for this, a scene of utter chaos where we're going to have you each move to a different table. I know, it could take a while, but we'll get it done. I'll explain how that's going to happen later, but for now, we're going to turn you loose on this first question. The question isn't meant to be perfect. It isn't meant to be totally understood. It's meant to fuel a discussion. And so the first question is framed around an issue. YMCAs around the globe are experiencing an alarming trend. Operational and economic capacity is contracting, therefore putting the sustainability of many, not all, but many YMCAs at risk. And while the operating models, the way in which we do the work around the world differs, we share this common challenge. Leaders are trapped in their current way of thinking, current operating model, and are avoiding change because they fear they could be wrong. So if that's the issue, and it may not be an issue that it's equal within the entire room, what's the question? In what ways does your YMCA experience this challenge? What strategies have you employed to respond, and what have you learned through the experience? And if you haven't, why? What are you doing that's different? How are you staying ahead of that challenge? In either case, what's your hope for the future, and what do you need to do to make that future a reality? Not too hard a question, huh? So now we're going to turn you loose. Hold on, we have a facilitator question. No, I'm going to do a break. I got it. Thank goodness there's a room full of highly skilled facilitators to accommodate the YMCA guy that doesn't apparently know what he's doing. Tables that have an odd number are starting with this question. Tables that have an even number are going to start with the next question, which I'll tell you about right now. The second issue relates to governance. In the context of board-CEO relationship, as we understand it, is key to the effective and sustainable mission-focused work of the YMCA. Around the world, Ys have divergent views on the topic of governance and the role of leadership, our role. This ranges from a cause-focused strategic relationship at one end of the continuum to a board-driven managerial relationship whereby leadership does what it's told, in effect, at the other end of the continuum. So what's the question? How would you describe the ideal relationship between the board and the CEO? And the CEO in this context could be the executive director, the secretary general, however you may frame it. In what ways have you been successful in establishing and maintaining this effective relationship? And can you describe a circumstance where the roles have not been clear and how you've worked through it? What did you do about it? Two pretty challenging questions. Question one is for all the odd-numbered tables. Question two is for all of the evened number tables. Got it? You're off. 5 minutes. 5 minutes on this question. Okay, team. Give yourselves a round of applause. There you go. That was question 1. That was easy, huh? You are all now going to go on to the next question. I have a friend who flies big airplanes, and he describes it as hours upon hours of boredom punctuated by moments of absolute chaos. This will be our moment of absolute chaos about to happen. Each of you will be picking yourself up with all of your stuff and moving to a different table. Hold on. Our facilitators will stay exactly where they are. We are going to move to them, and the method upon which you shall move, don't panic, it's all going to be easy. Table 1 will go to table 2. Table 2 will go to table 3. Table 3 will go to table 4, and table 12 will go to table 1. Hold on. Chuck's already moving. Hold on. We would like this to take under an hour and a half. So, when you're ready, pack up, move, and we're going to start. There's a question in the audience. I can't hear a word you're saying. It's all right. We got it looked after. Away you go. About 5 minutes, folks. Okay, team. Well, thank you. And by the noise level in the room, it sounds like you had some very robust discussions, and we certainly thank you for all of that good input. We're going to change the schedule up just a little bit. We think it's probably appropriate to give you a little more time to get over for lunch and get back here. Plus, the facilitators are going to hang back and do a little reflection on what they've heard. So, we are at lunch now. It's over at the Mercure Hotel where we were a couple of days ago. The facilitators are going to hang back, and the scribes will be hanging back. We'll be back here at 1:45, and just to remind you what's going to happen this afternoon, we're going to hear back from the facilitators on some of their reflections. We'll be able to think and respond to that through, again, a facilitated session, and then we'll kind of wrap up this section as we introduce our friends from San Francisco. So thanks, everybody, for a really robust morning. See you after lunch.
scribes for basically giving up their lunch to get together, talk and process and get ready for this afternoon. Our task this afternoon is twofold. One is to gather together and synthesize, that's a tough word, all the reflections against the individual questions. So we're going to give you feedback on what we have heard in relation to the topics. And then we're going to reflect back more general observations about what have we noticed in terms of how the people have engaged, how the groups have engaged, other things that we've observed. And then I'll hand back to Steve, who will then explain the next part of the facilitation, and we'll all revert back to being facilitators for the next one. So if I could introduce, we've got Amy doing question 1, we've got Joe doing question 2, and then a double act from Suzanne and Tracy, who are going to feed back on the more general observations. So over to you, Amy, if you would.
Hello, I've got some scribbles here, so excuse me, frantically pulled together. There was so much feedback and so much written down. We've tried to condense it, so there's some amazing examples, and if I don't mention examples, then please, they've been noted, I promise. So what we did, we tried to condense the responses to the operating and economic challenges into themes. And the first theme that did come through quite strongly was terminology and purpose. There was lots of different words that we used about what we do. Community, charity, commercial, business, social enterprise. What space do we play in? I think there was definitely a move, especially from some of the YMCAs in America, towards defining themselves as a social enterprise, and that's had success. But definitely re-energising our purpose, making sure that the message of the YMCA, wherever we are, is clearer. And that's been a challenge, that unclear message. And actually not utilising our staff as ambassadors and leadership, and using the skills and experience that we've got to be brave and to shout about what we're doing. The second theme was... Oh, sorry. Do you want a second? That's fine. What I said was, are we utilising our internal resources to be our best ambassadors and to shout about what we're doing? The second theme was around the structures of the organisations themselves and the different charities. I think historically there's been a lot of capital invested across the world, and we now have to be more flexible, more nimble, and it's looking at those capital structures. Are they fit for purpose? Diversifying what we're doing, the balance, that careful balance between revenue generation in order that we've got cash to support capital growth, and just re-energising our cost base, as well as the community aims and the grant-funded work that so many people are involved with. That revenue is essential, and we need it to be able to scale up ideas quite quickly. I think there was a great expression, was it fail fast, scale quickly? It's that be brave, grab an idea and just run for it. But then some of the YMCAs can't do that, and they need more support from others around them, including the national structures. So the third theme was then about the conversations about national structures. And I think there was mixed opinions. I think the national structures in some countries have been really supportive. And, I think there's that, again, it's a balance of need of self-sufficiency and sustainability, and not hindering autonomy and flexibility, but then having the opportunity to go out there and win national contracts and support each other. So there seems to be a balance. And there doesn't seem to be a perfect model, national, local, regional, how do we support each other? I think, actually in England there was an example of a very informal relationship between YMCAs that's worked very well. The fourth theme that came through was funding and the challenge of funding. Reduction in funding streams, whether that's grants, sponsorship, or government funding or big contracts, that is obviously affecting everybody. And what it's done is it's meant that we've had to be reactive and not necessarily as proactive as we've wanted to be. That seems to be the theme. And that some of the YMCAs feel like they're chasing contracts, and then they find themselves in a space that they might not want to be playing in, or they're wholly reliant on key contracts or key funding streams, which is a risk. And then the fifth theme that came through, again, it was one of those. Sometimes it's an opportunity, and sometimes it's a challenge, and that's our legacy. Our legacy seems to, in some cases, has been a barrier to change, and people just want to carry on doing what we've always done, and it's back to what Charlie said this morning, and we need to make sure that the legacy is supportive and not a barrier to change. And we can look at some of our new YMCA colleagues or new models, like the Baltics and Kosovo, where they haven't had that, they haven't got the legacy of what they've always done and what's worked for them. So they were the themes for the challenges. Strategies, 6 themes came through and they correspond to the challenges. Clear positioning, subtle messaging so that we don't restrict the brand, but making sure that is a clear articulated message, and we make sure it's in the language that our stakeholders understand, so we can go out there and win new business, and then engage with the community. There was definitely a strong theme of staying at the heart of communities, and that's incredibly important. And that is our USP and can differentiate us from the commercial competitors out there. The second theme was about agile mindset and flexible structures, being nimble, being faster than the competition, and preserving our freedom to act. The third theme was strategies around diversifying operations, reducing that risk, and having that perfect balance, if we can get it, between grant-funded income streams and then our own internal revenue generation. The fourth theme was around focusing on skills and people strategies. Everybody in the organisation is back to that ambassador. Everyone can be a community leader. Everyone is an ambassador. And that needs to be led from the board. And I know that a lot of discussion was around board structures and leadership. But there was also some great ideas around supporting volunteers and how much impact they can have, and treating our volunteers like their staff and making sure that there's training opportunities and involvement in everything the wider organisations are doing. The fifth theme was around partnerships and collaboration. There's some fantastic examples of collaboration with industry, in particular Google in San Francisco was great. That example, because these philanthropy teams out there want to work with us. We've just got to find the opportunities to do it, and then share them maybe. I think we didn't know. Rosie and I were talking to Google in London last week. Maybe we might be talking to San Francisco first. Again, it's communicating, telling each other about those opportunities. Someone said, trust, not compete. I think we do need to trust each other and share across YMCAs, and not feel locally that we're always in competition or we're in competition at all. And that honesty and trust, we can help each other out. Some YMCAs have merged in order to overcome the challenges that have happened, and some are just sharing purchasing opportunities. We need to look into those. And the last theme that came through was around data and market research. There's a clear shift from intuition to really utilising our data, and making informed decisions and being bold. It's back to that being bold, being brave. But making sure that we recognise the qualitative data as well, and the impact that we make on our communities. Sometimes the impact's not straight away, sometimes it's a long-term impact. And so within our research, we must always keep an eye on that, so that we don't lose opportunities that are in line with our key purpose and our key aims. So they were the themes that came through.
Well, that was beautifully done. I'm not sure mine will be as well structured, but we'll give it a shot anyway. A wonderful example in the group that I was facilitating, where the whole relationship around governance between the chief executive and the chair being a dance. And then we developed it further into what sort of dance. Did you tread on each other's feet? Whether it was like jazz, and the blue notes and the grey notes, that the grey notes are the melody and the structure, and the blue notes are about the creativity and the riff. Have I got that right? So I thought that was a beautiful kind of metaphor, really, for some of the discussion that we've all had today. And what we felt was there was a lot of agreement and commonality around the principles that underpin effective governance. Notice I say effective as opposed to good, because we're all aspiring to be good, but what we're really wanting is something that kind of works. And one of the things that was said was, how do you measure the impact and influence of good governance? And that's really important, because otherwise, what is the added value of having governance? It has to be there for a reason. So this agreement around the principles, and the principles that you've all talked about today, about trust, about respect, about transparency, about establishing good boundaries, about sharing common purpose, about sharing values, but also about how you share the successes and learn from the things that haven't gone so well. And I'll come back to that in a minute. But that the relationship between the chief executive and the chair is the critical relationship, the critical dance, because that models the culture and the leadership behaviours in the whole of the organisation. So moving on, how do you get the right balance of people on your board? How do you get the right balance of skills, experience, attitudes? A lovely expression about how you get people that have put their egos aside in the interests of actually making a difference, of coming on board to share those values, rather than because they're bringing a lot of money to the table. But obviously you need those people that have got those connections and those networks and the open doors. And that you also, how you're going to achieve the diversity on the board, but not at the expense of losing common purpose. How do you involve people that use your services, that participate in your activities, in particular young people who are a future generation of leaders? Not about representing, but reflecting different perspectives. Some lovely examples around how you co-opt people when you haven't got the right skills on your board. How do you adapt? So we talk a lot about adaptive leadership. How do we really kind of flex that and get that balance right? How do we, and I learnt a new expression today, onboard people. I looked it up in the break to have a look at what it meant. It talked about organisation socialisation. So there you go. You've all learnt. You probably haven't learnt anything. You probably know it. But just as you actually induct people into your organisation, how do you induct boards as well? How do you connect your governance to your mission, to your strategic vision? How are boards actually engaged in communities? And I think the person before was talking about how do you really keep that connection with communities, with the people that you're serving? How do you continue to get good communication between the board, between the chief exec, right across your whole organisation, but also into the communities as well? So I suppose the challenge is that there are some fantastic examples in this room. How do you build on these across your federation now, building on these good practice examples that are existing, and there is so much commonality in spite of your cultural kind of differences? So a lovely example that came from some of our American colleagues, I think it was it might have been the Canadians, but I know, I think I might have put my foot in it here. Anyway, it was a fabulous example which we all shared, which actually is about about governance and good leadership, and about it being governance as leadership. Often we see it as very distinct, and there being different functions: the fiduciary, the generative, and the strategic. And I thought that really fitted in a lot with Charlie Ledbetter's discussion this morning, where he was talking a lot about the generative, the innovation, etc. But actually a lot of boards, and particularly in the UK at the moment, we've become very risk averse, particularly after Kidscape, etc., that actually the fiduciary takes over. So how do you actually ensure, as a partnership between the executive and the non-executive, that you're fulfilling all those three functions? So lastly, a lovely summing up from one member was strong board, strong chief exec. I suppose I'd put strong board, strong exec, strong staff, strong communities. Thank you.
Hi, we're going slightly different, and there's two of us. So we've been asked to feedback more generally, I guess, on as a group of facilitators and what we observed this morning whilst we were going through the process of those conversations. So in general, what we saw was incredibly high levels of energy and engagement. We could feel the passion in the room, up to be honest, sometimes to challenge, and with each other, to be willing to say, actually, that's not how it is where we are, or not just to let things to let things be a given. We did hear more generally a willingness to challenge the status quo, and a commitment to actually creating a different future, so that there wasn't a general sense that, oh, everything's okay, actually, we don't need to do anything. There was a sense that people wanted to move forward. We also had some frustrations, the feeling that some of the issues that have affected the organisation are really external. There's the financial crisis, and to some degree out of your control. But there was also then they're saying, well, actually, we can't allow that. We can't allow it just to remain out of our control. And in a moment, I'm going to ask Tracy to talk, and she is going to talk to you directly about what you as leaders can do to make sure it isn't out of your control. So the second point that we reflected on was the subject of common purpose, and the degree to which we felt there was a common purpose in the room. And actually, the different tables had the facilitators and scribes from different tables had slightly different views on this, depending on who they'd been talking to. But what we all said was that there was a general, strong sense of a felt common purpose. So even if the words were different, even if the way that people were expressing it, everyone seemed to have a sense of what it is that you're striving towards. But there were two questions about this. The first is, it's fine possibly to have a strong sense, a felt sense within the YMCA, but what about people outside the YMCA? How well are you communicating that to people so that they understand what your common purpose is? And we felt particularly, obviously there's been lots of talk about communities, but do your volunteers understand? Do your beneficiaries understand? Do your funders understand? And what does that mean for the organisation if they don't? And the second question was, how does the common purpose actually drive what you do? So it's one thing to have the common purpose, but how is that affecting what you do day to day? And specifically what we heard coming up a number of times was, does it make us relevant? Are we doing the things that our people, the beneficiaries, actually need? Do we understand those needs, and are we doing enough to meet those needs? And the final thing that we want to talk about is, what does that all mean for you as leaders? And Tracy is going to ask you that very question.
Thank you. So we've heard some common themes throughout in terms of purpose, identity, worthwhile work, worthwhile activity, sense of belonging, sense of involvement. And I think those words in different forms have been present for most of today. So I guess where I'm curious, I think where we're curious, is what does this mean for you? So everything that you've discussed this morning, everything that you've heard, what does it mean for you individually with our head, heart and guts? And when I say those words, it brings me back to Charles's washing machine and the ironing board. And I think potentially when we're leading just with our heads, we have the potential, we give ourselves the opportunity to do a bit more ironing than might be appropriate. I think I've heard a lot in terms of heart in the room this morning. But I think also when we think about guts, I think that's the washing machine activity. So for you individually, it's, what does it mean for you? What's your part to play? And what do you need to be doing in order to engage your people so that they can convert what they're doing into something that's meaningful for your beneficiaries and for your communities? And each and every one of you, with the people that you're interacting with, will know or maybe not know what that involves. So, what does it take for your people to be truly engaged? When did you last ask them, how do I get the best from you? Do you know? If you don't know, is that a potential question to take away from today? How do you get the best from your people so that you engage them fully in order that they can be of service to your communities and your beneficiaries? And I think what the challenge here, and I think some of the things that we've heard this morning around the room, is that depending on how long people have been around, some of what you've been discussing might be new to people. For some people, there might be just, echoes of discussions gone by. So the discussion that you move into following this session is really, really key. What is your part to play? What are you committed to? What needs to happen here for you to go beyond that rational, logical, intellectual kind of agreement with what we're talking about? How can you collectively really engage each other at that emotional level so that you step forward to play your part? What does that mean in practice? I guess it can mean a number of different things. How do you model for your people the types of behaviour that you invite them to demonstrate? We've heard a lot about being brave, about being bold. What does that look like? What does that sound like? How can you model that? How can you push the edges, test the edges of your own nerve in terms of perhaps having a conversation that you know is quite overdue, and finding the opportunity to be able to have that? What does that conversation need to look like, sound like, and who with? So I guess in summary, what we're talking about here is our role as leaders and how we co-create with the people that we are leading an employee, a volunteer experience that directly underpins and supports the experience that we want, or that you want your beneficiaries and your communities to experience. And if those two are reflective of each other and support each other, that's how you get that long-term sustainability and growth. I think that's everything. Thank you.
Hello. It's hiding back there. Before we move into our discussions, Andrew wanted me to reflect on the reflections as a means to start to frame a little bit about the conversation you're about to have. And I guess I'll just start with where we started. We put up some issues that were affecting our YMCA world through the metaphor of a bridge that might not be in the right place. If you walk out of this room having a wonderful experience and talking to your colleagues and sharing your own personal perspectives on the world as you see it in the Y, from my perspective as chair, we'll probably have missed the boat. What will make this a more meaningful discussion is that if you're now prepared, or in this case, better prepared, to have some courageous conversations, to think openly and clearly about the role that you have in leading your YMCA and being comfortable enough to feel uncomfortable as you exit this room. So with that, some of the questions that you heard from the facilitators I thought were terrific. You heard us advance some things related to new relationships in and outside the Y, that we're advancing better uses of data and research. And I'm hearing a theme of people taking a deeper, or at least having a deeper understanding about our own behavior as a partner in the strategy development we have. But I do suggest that a lot of the things that we talked about aren't fundamentally different than the things that we would have talked about 10 years ago. That there still is a clear and compelling desire to talk about what the problem is, as opposed to why it exists and how we might actually take it on. And so we got a pretty clear message in the last presenter. And I think that the theme is, what's the courageous conversation we need to have now? Now, every group of YMCA people are different because we all come from different perspectives and we have a different level of experience. So for some this is new and for some this is old. But come next week, you're going to go back to your own YMCAs. What's the courageous conversation that we want to have? Now, the goal of this exercise going forward is to use the facilitators to think about what you've just heard and to talk about what you've learned and what you might do differently. At the end of this session, we're going to ask each table to share one of those things, to share out loud what's the one learning and what's the one thing that collectively or individually you might choose to do differently. So we have about 45 minutes to complete that. The facilitators will be at our table to help make that happen. I'll turn it back to you. Thanks. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Okay, folks, let's wrap it up. I'd like to give a shout out to the most innovative tweet I've seen this afternoon. Peter Cooper writes, "Washing machines are only designed to last 3 years, so make the most of it while you can." Very good. Okay, we're going to wrap up this phase of our day by asking each table, starting in the back corner where Chris is ably holding his microphone, to share a bit about what they may have learned and what they might do differently. One thing and one thing only.
Wait, hello.
I am told one learned and one thing differently. Per table, you will be cut off by myself or Andrew if you go further. Back corner, let's listen up. Hold on, keep it down.
Hello everyone, I'm Kelly from YMCA of Shanghai, China. It's my honor to be on behalf of the whole group here to express out our learnings and what should we do different. Our learning is that we will see some huge gap between the performance of the realities. It should be said, especially during the level of the board members, we try to, and we want to, add more new element, new persons who is very diversified into the board members to be compliant with the mission of YMCA. This is we should learn. And we want to do the different is that we want to bring a lot of the new activities and new element back to the YMCA service, which combined with the human resources and also the commercial and non-commercial. That's it. Thank you.
Hello, Lee Gibson from Gisborne, New Zealand. So my to-do from the discussions that we've been having is that I inform and I communicate with my chair and my board, but actually one of the goals that I've taken away actions is that I want to actually form a really good working relationship with my chair so that I'm seeing that he's driving the future direction with me of our YMCA. So to me it's around developing a better working relationship, partnership with my chair.
Thank you very much. This group up front.
So I did a rubbish job of delegations and facilitating because they got me to give the feedback. What we learned was there's so much more in common than we thought there was, whether it's operating models, governance, great ideas, innovation. And the do different is don't just think national, tap into global knowledge and experience because there's so much there.
Thank you. Guys ready?
Good afternoon, Jen from New York City. So our group was talking about having honest, pragmatic evaluation of products and programs and services and making those tough decisions of what not to do anymore. And we also tied that in with what was said earlier about being comfortable with being uncomfortable. So having to make the tough decisions and saying, we've been doing this way for this long, but it might not be the best way or the best program to continue to be offering, and being able to stand up and say, you know what, we're not going to do that anymore.
Hi, I'm Lauren from San Francisco. So our group's big learning was that the more courageous you are, the more you learn. So the do different is learn by utilizing each other and our resources as coaches.
Thank you. Gina? You're doing that.
True Canadian tradition, we're still talking about it. Maybe when we get back we'll do things different. So our table discussion really, quite frankly, was very diverse and varied. So I ended up with a microphone in terms of doing something different. For anybody who hasn't spent time with Carlos and the work that he does with the African Alliance, every time we get together, which is about once a year, I'm reminded of that. About 3.5, 4 years ago, we had a meeting in Vancouver convened by Steve, and a group of Canadian YMCAs decided to put together something in the range of about $100,000 a year for 3 years to support Carlos's work. And time comes by, and about 2 weeks ago, I get a call from Steve. Actually, it was an email. Steve doesn't call people. And says, are you in or out for another 3 years? And we were just doing this strategic plan.
Bueno, ok, voy a hablar en español, él va a traducir ahora. En esta mesa hablamos mucho de la importancia del legado. Un legado que te debe inspirar, mas no atar y evitar que tú cambies. El legado es muy importante en ese sentido.
Okay, I'll just summarize that. Yeah, they were talking about the legacy and not getting trapped by it.
I'm Louisa from Winchester. our learning was that we all face universal challenges, but with some unification of energy, we think that we can find solutions. And our change. We want to change the measure of success from counting the number of associations we have to counting the number of community members that are positively impacted by our work.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Karen Pula from Canada. Our table had a great conversation, and one of the common learnings that we came together was we wanted to be able to challenge stagnant behavior, no matter if it's linearly or horizontally or vertically. And how we do this, to be brave, we don't want to be a bystander. So we thank you for asking us to raise our individual game, because we all together have some renewed.
Hi, I'm Ken from the Toronto Y. Much like what I think it was Jennifer said from New York. First of all, starting and looking in the mirror, asking ourselves those tough questions, but more importantly, following through on those tough questions. So we heard a little bit of relevance and just focusing on what is our mission. Mission versus the bottom line. Sometimes we get caught up in the bottom line, but we lose sight of what our mission is. So just looking, reflecting, and acting on that. Thank you.
Durante la conferencia hemos analizado que el mundo nos está retando para hacer cambios, ¿sí? Y hoy tenemos como movimiento una oportunidad de poder trabajar más con los jóvenes y escucharlos para hacer las transformaciones.
Today we have learned that the world is challenging us, but also that we should take the young people as an opportunity to create positive change and not see them as a threat.
Hi, I represent Africa, Canada and Australia representatives on our table, and collectively we said that we are very good at doing but not so good at reviewing and always thinking as deeply as we should. We will evaluate and then we will advocate through all of our leadership at a local, national and then global level. Thanks.
Well, we got every table, right? Well, first of all, thank you all so much for your very good thinking and for what sounds like to me very courageous conversations that are going to start sometime next week in a whole bunch of different YMCA. Join my speaker, Dave, time and talent to get the most out of us. So Dave, please come forward and thank our friends.
You'll be disappointed to hear, colleagues, that time doesn't allow a full assessment of the World Urban Network protocols with regards to thanking such a large group of people. But I will give time to this tomorrow. You'll be really pleased to hear. When it's next wrong. But I hope you'll agree with me. I think this has been a really outstanding day with an incredible amount of learning and I think gives us real scope for thinking as a network how we can best capitalise on all of our experience to galvanise and collect the learning across the world. And our intention was to have facilitators who saw the world through a rather different lens than our own, unfettered by our stuff. We got a lot of stuff, haven't we, the YMCA? And who would bring their skills, experience and knowledge to help us understand in a rather different way what's going on for us. And I hope you'll further agree with me that that really has happened today as well. So we're really, really grateful for that. The conversations have been vivid, lively, and with hearty engagement. It doesn't seem to me the conversations have been difficult at all. I was chatting with people over lunch who are really, really fully engaged in it. So I just really genuinely want to express the thanks. I mean, you did know you were doing this for free, I hope. That was one of the things. I don't know if Andrew told you that. So we are really grateful that you took the time to come down. You took a day out of your busy schedules, probably more than that in preparing. And on behalf of the YMCA World Urban Network, we want to offer our thanks. Let's give them a round of applause. So, although there is no protocol for thanking such large groups, I'm going to set about one right now. So I want to invite... Oh, can we thank the scribes? They did a fantastic job. That seems to me to be another really important bit of learning. Having people focused on scribing really does make a difference. So thanks for those efforts. We're going to do this in the style of a university degree presentation. I'm going to invite all scribes and all facilitators out the front. Don't start clapping yet. When they're out the front, my friend and colleague Chris and Rosie are going to give a series of gifts out. You'll start clapping when they start giving. You'll stop clapping when they stop giving. So, come out, guys, all of those who are scribed and facilitators, please. Okay. So, form an orderly queue in a nice straight line. That's it, in a great line. Now, on the count of three, you will start clapping. 1, 2, 3. Yes. Well done. Thank you very much. If the scribes could nominate one of their selection, I will tell you now what the protocol is for that, thank you, and you can record it for future posterity. I understand, Antonia? You have a mic, you do it from there.
Hello? Well, my friend probably thinks that I forgot, but today is Jesus' birthday. So if you join me singing happy birthday for Jesus, 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Jesus. Happy birthday to you.
10-minute break, everybody.
this weird? Oh, you are. Okay. Okay.
Pardon me?
Is the clicker? Oh, this is the clicker I use? Perfect.
You can have it.
Perfect. Thank you.
You do great.
I have the clicker power. That's my notes.
I'll put that right there.
Thank you.
You can get him to put it up right now. That is never a bad thing.
Okay, great.
Can we get a message out to all the scribes to hand to Dave all the written up stuff so that we can capture it and write it up?
Will do.
Because there's so much richness in there.
Absolutely.
We mustn't lose it.
Thank you. Okay, folks, let's find our seats. There's one carryover item from the previous session. For all those great notes that have been taken, can we please have the scribes collect them and maybe hand them in to Dave Ball or myself so that we can kind of keep that really good, rich thinking available and summarized. Thank you. I think we're ready to get going on part two. It's a part of our agenda today that I personally have been looking forward to greatly. It will be presented by two teams from the Y of San Francisco who have been challenged by their CEO, Chuck Collins, to contribute some original research to two critical issues that Y is considering and facing, and I imagine similar or consistent with what we're all experiencing. Those issues focus on social justice and toxic stress and re-examining the Y's role in children's health. Two research teams will be presenting consecutively. Betty and Grace will get started, followed by Lauren, Eric, and Kate. I think this is a great example of young people doing some pretty extraordinary and transformational things by a pretty extraordinary and transformational.
No pressure, right? I come from a background of poverty. I was raised by a single parent in a government-subsidized housing development. It was violent. My family has struggled with issues around addiction and mental health for years. And I was a high school truant. I say all that to say that I feel very lucky to be here, and that given those indicators in my context, it wouldn't have been predicted that I would be able to present to all of you today. Young people don't have a choice how they're born or the abilities that they have. They don't get to choose who they love or the capacity that they'll have in their future. They don't choose their history or their social context, where they're born and the resources that even exist in their communities. And all of that has a huge significance on their opportunity for success and access, and even more so on their ability to stay alive. So call it social justice work or equity or a frustrating need to make things a little bit righter in the world. That's what my work is centered on. And so today I'm so excited to be here speaking to all of you about something that we hold so dear to ourselves.
Hello, everybody. My name is Manuel Rodriguez, and I'm committed to helping others realize and achieve their full potentials. I'm a strong advocate for diversity, I'm a strong advocate for inclusive practices, and I'm a strong advocate for the international work advanced by the YMCA. My current focus is highlighting economic disparities that are existent in contemporary society, especially as it relates to working families and our captains of industry. I'm focused on this right now because I once lived in poverty. I once lived on food stamps and government assistance. I grew up in a house of domestic violence and substance abuse. I've seen firsthand my father discriminated against because his last name was Rodriguez. And up until recently, I was on the cusp of falling back into poverty. Enter the YMCA. Because of my 13-year connection with the YMCA, I have a living wage employment. My kids are able to access safe after-school programs and preschool services. My family's able to take the train downtown and go swimming on the weekends. And I feel safe. If it wasn't for my connection to the YMCA, I wouldn't have the opportunity to meet the Bishop of Winchester and talk about education. I wouldn't have met the city councilwoman of Southampton and talked about Brexit and Trump and how we could work together to improve community. And if it wasn't for my connection to the YMCA, I wouldn't have had the opportunity to travel overseas and be speaking in front of you all today about social justice. As such, my personal goal is to ensure all people I meet have the same opportunities to access and take full advantage of the YMCA resources that are available to them.
Hello, everyone. My name is Grace Toyomura, and I'm with the YMCA of San Francisco. Although I'm from San Francisco now, I was originally born in Hawaii. It's paradise. Tropical beaches, great weather, and a diverse culture. I went to a really good school. I had a very loving family, and I felt very safe. But I felt like I had to hide. I felt like I couldn't be who I actually was. Growing up as a queer child in a conservative home was very challenging. I felt like I couldn't show my true identity in this place where I was supposed to be safe. I felt like I couldn't be who I really was. Because of this, because of my privilege and my experience, I now work with youth in San Francisco to be agents of change in creating a world where they don't have to hide, in creating a world where they can truly focus on social justice. So today we're here to talk about social justice. But what is social justice? When we look at these two words separately, they seem pretty easy to understand. Social, the way that we work with each other, the people that we interact with, the communities that we're in. Justice, doing what's right. But how does that change when we put these two words together? How does my experience as a queer, American-born, multiracial woman play in my understanding or experience of social justice? How might the experience of the young adults in Medellin play in their experience of social justice? What about those young adults in Southampton? What is their understanding of social justice for them? For this, we believe that social justice is subjective. We are here today to explore a broad concept, one that can be applied to any community, regardless of their social disparities. We're here to tell you today that communities can be transformed with a very simple concept: address the root cause.
Now, when we're talking about social justice, and we're talking about how to transform communities via social justice, terms like equal opportunity and achieving equity are often tossed around. However, as Grace just mentioned, YMCA should consider moving beyond these terms and instead focus on the root cause to our social disparities present that prohibit our communities from achieving success. Let me show you something. This image is defining what equality means. This is a visual representation of equal opportunity. In this image, the fence represents a social barrier, a divide between the spectators and the game, a wall between three individuals experiencing what's right in front of them, a divide that keeps people from creating a lifelong memory. What fences exist in your respective community? And what walls do you build every day? In examining this picture further, the boxes are meant to represent resources and opportunities. The boxes are equally distributed among the members. However, given each person's unique individual capacities, not everyone's equal. Some people can see the game better than others, and some people can't even see the game at all. This is equal opportunity, not taking into consideration a person's inherent capacities, standings, and positions in society. We need to move past this. And in our next slide, we're going to show you what it means to achieve equity. This is a visual representation of YMCA's achieving equity. Equity is a concept that we strive to sort of achieve. In this photo, the game is still going on, the fences are still there. However, due to equitable distribution of resources, everybody can see the game. Everybody can create a lasting memory. And everybody can see the opportunity that is right in front of them. However, a divide still exists. Like I just said, equity is a concept where YMCA's pride ourselves on. We provide financial assistance to those in need. We don't turn anyone away because of inabilities to pay. Our mission-driven movement embodies all levels of altruism, and we should celebrate this. But we can do more. Our YMCAs have an opportunity to work smarter and dig deeper. And I'm going to tell you how we can do that. What if I told you we could end poverty? What if I told you we could end displacement, increase employment rates, and house all of our citizens? What if I told you we could celebrate our differences, different heights, save our resources, i.e. boxes, and create a society in which our systems and institutions guarantee the health, safety, education, and economic success of all communities within it? I'm going to tell you how we can do that. It's simple, really. We can remove the fence. We can tear down the wall between the spectators and the game. We can eliminate the root cause to the social inequity present, and in doing so, we can achieve justice. In this photo, the fence is gone. We tore down the wall, and in doing so, it doesn't matter what capacities an individual is born with or born into. The notion of handing out boxes is irrelevant because everyone can already see the opportunity that's right in front of them. We removed the root cause to the social inequity present, and in doing so, we achieve justice. So how can we apply this concept to our everyday YMCA work? So what I just told you builds off what you already know. You know social disparities are present in your communities. And in the conversations and the presentations that we've heard all throughout the week, we know YMCAs are responding to these social disparities. But I ask you, is your YMCA treating the symptoms of social injustice? Or is your YMCA addressing the root cause?
So we wanted to know where we were at as a global movement. Some of you might have gotten a rather exhaustive questionnaire from all of us asking about your social justice issues, what was most present in your community, and programs that you had addressing those. And what we learned after that conversation, and what we've even become more attuned to being here, is that you are all dealing with urgent and pressing issues in your community. And they're all very specific and contextual based on anyone's location. That said, we found about 5 themes that we're all wrestling with globally: poverty, economic success and opportunity, home and housing related to homelessness, displacement, immigration, education, violence, particularly youth criminal justice systems, and health and mental health specifically. So we're all addressing those in our own way, and they need to be addressed. These are urgent. And actually, there's some really innovative things happening in this room that we've heard all about. YMCAs are doing the work that we're mission bound to do. In fact, if you take a quick look at our World Alliance mission, I feel very proud, and I feel very proud on behalf of all of us that we are living what we say we are here to do. We are achieving equity. We are achieving equity for the individuals that come into our programs on a daily basis. We are truly transforming lives. But our conversation is about community, and how do we transform community in order to achieve social justice? So we needed to start with, what does that even look like? What does that mean? We can talk a lot about the issues, but we didn't really have a solid understanding of, if a community achieves social justice, what does that mean? What does it look like? So that's where we started. Social justice is the condition in which a system or society's systems and institution equitably guarantee the safety, health, education, and economic success of all of the people within it. In order to do that, we have to start back at the beginning. Let's look at our global issues and address the cause. I'd like to give you a couple examples specific to the United States about what I mean by cause. We are currently experiencing our modern civil rights movement called Black Lives Matter, and that is a direct response to the disproportionate criminalization incarceration and persecution of black and brown people, and the killing of black and brown people at the hands of our police officers. In fact, one person of color, unarmed, every 28 hours is killed by a police officer in our country. And we can talk about reform, and we do talk about reform, and we talk about de-escalation training, and we talk about all these things, but what we really need to consider is we have built an institution at a time when black and brown people were considered less than human in our country. And our institutions and systems are responding to that. And we need to address that. I'll give you another example. In Orlando, Florida, just this month, we experienced the worst mass shooting in our history. Queer men and women were at a nightclub at a space where they should have been safe, and 49 of them were killed at the hands of one single gunman. Again, we can talk about gun reform or gun control laws, and we can talk about issues around mental health, and we have creating a place that nurtured and allowed for that amount of hate for us to lose 49 people because of one specific part of their identity. And just to be clear, we haven't achieved equality or equity in that space yet. Marriage equity was just passed in the last couple of years in our country, and at a time when our communities should be healing and supporting each other, gay men are still prevented from donating blood. A programmatic example that we heard from our friend Chris Hand is the Isle of Wight. They were experiencing disproportionate amounts of youth offenders, and they wanted to know what was going on. And they did a little investigating and realized that all of the young people indicated the loss of a loved one prior to their offending behavior. And so instead of just doing anger management and intervention programming, they decided to offer bereavement counseling for young people and families when they learned of the loss. They interrupted what could have been offending behavior by addressing the cause. So what if we were systematically looking at and building our programs around the interruption and the innovation, addressing the root causes? What if we were creating societies and spaces in which people like Manuel and I could be safe and not fear for our life in law enforcement, and people like Grace could marry and build the family that she's entitled to? In order to truly achieve social justice, we have to look and address our root causes.
To truly transform communities, we must address the root causes. I ask you to think about your communities. I ask you to reflect and think, are you addressing the symptoms of social injustice, or are you addressing the root causes? How can we ensure that we are doing everything we can? The YMCA is an international organization, provides an abundance of resources, an abundance of programs, or boxes as we have shown you here. But we can do more. We believe that with this simple concept, you can take down the fence. We believe that if you are able to identify what your fence is, what your root cause is, you can truly transform your community. We ask you, how can you take down your fence? We ask you to join the conversation with us. Tweet us at YMCASF, hashtag YMCASF, use the hashtag WN16. We want to hear from you. Take this time, maybe about the next 10 minutes or so, to chat with those around you about what this concept means for you. What are your boxes and what are your fences, and how can you take down that fence?
First off, that was incredible. So thank you guys very much for the work that you put into that. My question would be, and this was part of a discussion that we had at our table a few minutes back, and that is, what is your opinion on the YMCA taking a stance in terms of things like gun control and the equality, specifically with the LGBT community? As Kate and I talked about, the YMCA never took a stand when it came to the civil rights movement. So, and I think that's a regret. So my question for San Francisco is, what is your opinion on the YMCA of the USA, the YMCA internationally, taking a stance on something where we've never taken a stance before?
So tough question right off the bat. Thanks a lot.
My pleasure.
I get you. You know, internationally, I can't speak for the world, I can't speak for the globe and the individuals who are represented today. In terms of speaking for the YMCA of San Francisco, you know, I think we try to do our best to educate our community members, whether it be families, whether it be youth, so they could sort of make their own decisions with regards to policy. You know, I think when it comes to sort of advocating for policy from an organization of the YMCA, I think we need to be at the table. We need to be with the communities. We need to be with sort of the committees that are happening within our city and advance policies that sort of support our theory, which is addressing root causes. If a stance on gun control is specifically that, I would support the YMCA sort of ensuring that we are on the right side of history when it comes to things like that. When it comes to the civil rights movement in the 60s, I can't speak on what happened back then. All I can speak about is what's happening right now. And I think that all of us, if you've heard, we have our own sort of beliefs and we have our own sort of ideals when it comes to things like this. So saying, we want to do what's in the best interest of the community and the best interest of the entire organization as well as the global movement. So I don't know, did you want this one?
I think it's vital. I don't think that we necessarily are a policy organization, but I think that we are an organization that's about inclusion and diversity, particularly in San Francisco. And I think that while we partner and collaborate with folks that are, so we can make sure that we're doing what we say we do.
It's just a comment. A minute ago you said you can't speak on behalf of whoever or the world, and I often think we often miss a trick because we are the biggest youth organization in the world. We're 58 million strong, and we're in 119, 120 countries, depending on which stats you read. And I think sometimes we're so focused locally that sometimes we do forget our position in the rest of the world. And I think one thing that may be a challenge to people is to think, the bread and butter, the cog of the YMCA is the local work. Nothing else moves without that. But we have such an engine and potential if we can just have one eye sometimes on the wider. And when it comes to gun control, we can have the whole world turn around and make a statement, a united voice. So I think sometimes we disservice ourselves when we kind of don't speak to the rest of the YMCA. So it's just something for me to think of this potential engine that we've got that we often abuse and don't use. So that's a comment. Thank you.
I would agree with that. Thanks. Yeah.
Thank you. You made my day, even my week. Thanks so much. Chuck, I think I will relocate to San Francisco. This is something in the YMCA we don't have an agreement. There is this Brazilian bishop who said, when I feed the poor, they call me a saint. But when I ask why they are poor, they call me a communist. And this is the same thing we are facing in the YMCA. And coming from young people to challenge us to address the root cause, I think is something we need to listen more and more. And I can only say, keep on shaking this organization because this is our calling. Thank you.
Thanks for saying
that. Thank you. Jim Comerford from Canada. I've been asked a question, and I would really welcome your perspective on this. coming up September, it'll be 15 years since 9/11. The question I'm asked is, have we made progress in terms of celebrating diversity and inclusion? I'd be interested in your answer to that question and why or why not.
I don't want to keep talking. I could keep talking.
I think that's really subjective. I think that's a really subjective answer based on what we talked about, our identities, right? I would say that we certainly have made progress, which is not a very straightforward one, but...
I'd put that back to you. Have we? Have we made progress? You know, when you think of communities, I would say they've made a lot of progress. I mean, it's obviously not the United States. In the United States, I think where the walls, the barriers, and fence are metaphors that we were intentional with, that's what is happening right now in our country. So, have we made progress? I would like to think so, but the reality, you know, like we heard earlier, are we on the low?
Hi there. More from an interest perspective than anything else. And first of all, thank you, because I just thought what you've just done, thank you, wonderful and profound. But within your own country, and I'm aware of the sort of political systems and divides. I mean, obviously, San Francisco is very diverse and forward-thinking. And, you know, I mean, you can stand there as almost leaders of this cause, but do you feel much backlash within the US even, or you know, does this resonate with otherwise in the length and breadth of the country? It's interesting to know.
I'm involved with the Global Centers of Excellence, which is part of the YMCA movement as well. Traveled to states to sort of share a perspective that San Francisco seems to sort of embody, and that we actually pride ourselves on: inclusiveness, diversity, celebrating differences. So I don't want to go as harsh to say it's a backlash, because, you know, I think there's just a lot of educational opportunities to sort of help others, again, what I started with, realize their own potentials and help to achieve those, which I believe is true diversity, true inclusive practices.
Yeah, just want to thank you. My name is Doreen and I am from Kosovo. I want to thank you for sharing, because it's very challenging young people. It can also come from the YMCA, so please keep doing what you're doing, and thank you.
Thank you very much for saying that.
Is there time for one more question? Okay. When you talk about the root causes, what are some of the ways that you use to identify what those are? I know in Toronto we have some similar problems, have really different.
I mean, we did that ourselves a little bit, and it just was a lot of questions. Context, but also there has to be some fundamental agreement. So I think if you haven't found that, if you can't say, like, yes, this is the root cause, then maybe you haven't gotten there yet.
So I believe that's all the time that we have. Thank you so much for listening and asking questions. And so I do want to take this moment to introduce our next group from San Francisco: Lauren Clapperton, Eric Hallis, Kate Shepard, and they will be speaking about toxic stress and re-examining the Y's role in children's health.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. Dave, not to step on your toes, but I do want to do a few shout outs. Thank you so much to our hosts. Thank you so much to our wonderful CEO and COO, Chuck and Jamie, for bringing us here. Thank you so much to all of the incredible presenters that we've heard so far this week. Thank you so much for being here to listen to what we have to say on this critical topic of toxic stress. Thank you to our viewers at home. I just want to say, hi, Mom.
Hi, Brian.
Hi, Mel.
And the other thing I just wanted to ask everybody to do is go ahead and blow on your fingertips, because if we don't shut down social media right now via Twitter, then we have failed and we have to find our own way home. So we appreciate you tweeting with us throughout the course of this presentation. We wanted to actually start by asking you at your tables, as you've done so far today, to take a few minutes for reflection. We only have a few minutes to give you, and this topic deserves a lot more. So we're going to interrupt you just as you begin the conversation. But we wanted to ask you to please take a few minutes to talk about the topic of trauma. To talk about the topic of trauma and how it shows up in your communities. Because unfortunately, inevitably, we are all impacted by it. So we'll call time when your time is up, but just take these next few minutes to discuss how trauma shows up in your communities.
All right, folks. Let's finish up your thoughts. Let's try to wrap up our thoughts. We're going to have a chance to get back to this at the end of the presentation. So. All right. So I was going to start this presentation by saying we had two huge challenges placed before us. when we were setting up for this. Now I have to say there's 3 because my colleagues just nailed it, and we have to follow it up. So that's challenge number 1. Challenge number 2 is that they set us up at the tail end of a day of dialogue and communication when everybody's exhausted after drinking too many beers and singing too many hymns. So that's challenge number 2. And the third challenge was also a very simple and easy fix, was that Chris Hand and Chuck Collins and Jamie came to us and said, you know, we want you guys to really unpack this wicked problem, this problem of child health. We basically want you guys to solve the issue of child health, and you have 15 minutes to present and make it happen.
No problem.
So yeah, no big deal. So here we are, and we took that, and initially we thought, what can we do? There's over 100 countries in this room. How can we start to identify some common themes? And initially we did that by exploring, obviously, where all you folks are, and trying to figure out the commonalities, the common health themes. We explored, World Health Organization, your government websites. We connected with you all through the survey, as Betty mentioned. And we've also connected with experts in the field, so experts in child development, experts in child health. And to no surprise, as kind of been the common theme throughout this week, there were common themes in child health.
Those common themes are that our children are struggling with mental health, with depression, suicide, self-harm.
Amazingly, in a world where we throw out 30% of the food that we produce, our children are starving to death. They go to school hungry, they go to bed hungry, and are suffering from malnutrition, from access to clean water. Or conversely, on the other side, we're seeing frightening rates of obesity, of chronic diseases such as type 2 diabetes, asthma, cancer.
They don't have safe places to live. Some don't have access to health care, to education. They're refugees. They're experiencing war, acts of terrorism. And so we took all of these together. We looked at all of these together, and obviously there's a tremendous amount of commonality across all of our organizations. We're all experiencing issues of child health. Secondly, we all have these wonderful programs. We've seen them locally. We've heard about them through our research and outreach to you. And third of all, more importantly, is that all of us are unhappy, right? We want to be doing more. We want to be having a greater impact.
So our struggle was, how do we begin to take down the fence on something like this? In a world where children are being abused at horrifying rates, where they're being beaten, bullied, raped, diminished, living with STDs, living in households of domestic violence. We just saw that incredibly powerful exhibit on the caretakers, children responsible for taking care of their parents or their siblings when they themselves are far too young. How do you begin to remove a fence on that? How do we begin to identify a root cause? And not just in our communities, but on a global scale. And then, in a meeting with our CEO, he talked to us about this thing called toxic stress. And that concept would catalyze for us a completely new understanding of health disparities across the globe.
So some of us were familiar with what toxic stress was, but we had no idea the clear, distinct relationship between toxic stress and health conditions, chronic health conditions in our youth. So we decided to do a review of some industry research, and what we found was staggering.
So first we want to define toxic stress for you. We need to think about stress as being on 3 different levels. There's positive stress, tolerable stress, and then toxic. And positive stress comes from just any sort of day-to-day stressors that a child can process through with adult support. And in fact, not only does this type of stress not lead to any lasting harm with the child, but actually is a positive thing. It helps the child learn how to cope with stressors later on in life. However, when the stress is longer lasting, it can move into the range of tolerable or toxic. And what really determines the difference between tolerable stress and toxic stress is the duration, the type of stress and trauma that the child's exposed to, and perhaps most significantly, the systems of support that the child has in place in order to be able to cope with that stress.
So here's the problem with toxic stress. It actually changes a child's physiology, neurology, and functioning systems. And while this is shaped in youth, it actually sticks with us through adolescence and into adulthood.
So how does it work? And this will be great because I've been struggling to say amygdala for like months. So when we perceive a threat, our amygdala triggers the flight, fright, or freeze response. As a result, the adrenal gland releases cortisol and adrenaline. Our heart starts racing, lungs start breathing faster, blood sugar raises, kind of like us when we're presenting up here. And in response, that's kind of what has allowed us to survive for generations and generations and generations. We have this natural inclination, a scientific response to fight, flight, or play dead.
Which is all fine and well, but when that system is triggered over and over and over again due to environmental catalysts, it changes our biology. It changes our brain, our neurology, specifically our prefrontal cortex, which is our thinking, decision-making, and rational brain. So it affects things like impulse control, anger management, the ability to hold down a job, the ability to plan. And what we previously prescribed as bad behavior or children just willfully misbehaving may in fact be indicative of this neurological difference that is the result of repeated exposure to stress hormones. And in addition to this, as if that was not enough, this toxic stress changes our metabolic, our inflammatory, and our immune system with sort of terrifying, for lack of a better term, long-term impacts on our health.
So you're probably wondering what actually causes toxic stress. Experts call these adverse childhood experiences, or ACEs. And ACEs include all the things that we saw the young carers experience, things like parental mental illness, substance abuse, neglect, separation, divorce. And there's a dose-response relationship between ACEs and chronic health conditions. So meaning the more ACEs one experiences, the higher the risk of developing a chronic health condition such as type 2 diabetes, cancer, depression.
Which, doesn't seem like a huge deal if you're talking about these pretty traumatic experiences. And so the big question we asked was, does this really impact everybody, or does this just impact the most vulnerable? Which is kind of goes back to what Denise was saying yesterday around, are we just targeting the vulnerable kids in our community, or should we be working with all kids? So we asked the question, does this impact all kids, or is it just the specific?
So there was a study in the late 1990s conducted by Kaiser Permanente that looked at over 17,000 people and compared their adverse childhood experiences to health outcomes. And what they found was that these adverse childhood experiences, or ACEs, are incredibly common. First of all, 67% of the population has experienced at least one ACE, and 1 out of 8, or 15% of people, have experienced 4 or more ACEs. This impacts all of us. 2 of the 3 of us standing on this stage, that means statistically have survived at least one ACE. Every single person in this room is connected intimately to this epidemic.
So we have this greater context now. Thanks, Chuck, for throwing a wrench into our initial research plan. We have this greater context of this broad impact, and we had all these themes, all these health issues that you guys helped us identify, that we researched about the communities that you're living in. And so we went back to the drawing board, and we started, putting up all these issues up there and trying to envision, what's the connection here? How does this work? And what we found was that if you rearrange them, these issues can all be a cause or caused by toxic stress. So for us, this was the intimate link. This was the one thing that we all share in some respect that impacts the health and well-being of children in our communities.
Toxic stress is killing our children.
This is the thing that is killing our children.
This right here is what's killing our children. And to make matters worse, all the stuff on this right side, the behavioral health issues, are things that, the traditional approach to addressing those, where it comes to potentially punishing or penalizing folks for their behavior, such as substance abuse, sexual promiscuity, is actually making things worse on a scientific level for the health of our children. So with that in mind, we now know that the biology of our kids is being changed fundamentally. So as a result, we need to shift the way in which we approach youth fundamentally.
So in our review of the research, there are 4 key recommendations in which to do this. Number 1, the most important, and what the Y is very skilled out already, is the existence of consistent, stable, supportive adult relationships for our young people. And while we're doing that in amazing ways, we've heard and seen so many examples of that, we still have an opportunity to build our capacity in that area. Not only, though, is having those consistent, stable relationships a way to prevent toxic stress, it can actually treat it once toxic stress has also started.
The second thing that we need to do is we need to establish trauma-informed organizational policies and practices. We need to ensure that our environments are actually helping to prevent and to treat toxic stress. And what the research shows is more often than not, even when we think we're doing a good job, we are still perpetuating more trauma. So we must become trauma-aware organizations. And this requires us all collectively to move from a blame, shame, and punishment culture into one of nurture, empathy, and caring in all things. And moreover, we need to understand that this is not just toxic stress of this generation, that we are survivors of toxic stress. And in order to ensure we have the capacity to create these sorts of environments, we must engage in self-care practices, and we must also ensure that we have the proper support and training.
So what does trauma-aware look like in action? There's a wealth of examples of this happening. And one example that was highlighted in the research that we were excited by was a school in Washington, Lincoln High School, where there was a large issue with trauma. And the principal decided to kind of systematically change the way in which they responded to stress. And in doing that, much like we talked about earlier, rather than punishing or kind of responding negatively to the way in which a behavioral issue may arise, they would kind of dig deeper. What's wrong? What happened to you? Why were you put in this situation? And as a result of kind of making these systematic changes, they saw an 85% decrease in the amount of suspensions in 1 year and a 45% decrease in the amount of expulsions. After year 2, they saw a 90% decrease in the amount of suspensions from the school, and expulsions were washed from their work altogether. Now, that's great, but much to what we learned from Colin yesterday in his +1 mentoring program, there was also these kind of tangential outcomes. So, great, kids aren't getting in trouble, but they also had these great positive academic outcomes. Graduations went up, test results went up, and kind of the most emotional or kind of plucking the heartstrings victory out of this scenario was that those with the highest amount of ACEs, so those experiencing over 5 adverse childhood experiences, now envision the school community as their family.
Now take a moment to imagine if all of our Y programs, our staff, and volunteers were truly trauma aware. This is our call to action to activate step 3, which is to find those bright spot programs, those youth development, trauma-informed practice programs, and expand them to scale. We're doing a great job of reaching millions of families, but we have 6 billion people in the world. So again, an opportunity to truly expand our capacity with step 3.
And finally, step 4. to increase public awareness. No doubt you have already come to the conclusion that when it comes to something like global health disparities or any significant issue of social justice or a wicked problem or removing a root cause, that is not something that we do in isolation. We have this wonderful strength that we can leverage, and that is many, many generations of partnering effectively with other organizations. So we must do this for a few reasons. One, we must ensure that all like-minded organizations are aware of this new science. Just in the past couple decades, we are finally identifying this root cause. So let's empower like-minded organizations to create these similar type of resilience-building practices and child supportive environments. Two, we need to partner with these organizations to fill in where our expertise lacks. Three, we need to partner with these organizations in order to ensure that together we are advocating for public policy changes that better support children across the globe. The other thing is that there are organizations that have been pioneering in this work already for the past 20 years. And we have this wonderful opportunity, as we have already gotten to do a bit in the States, to reach out to these organizations to partner with and learn from them. And then finally, all of the presentations that have been done so far this week, from Colombia to Lebanon, from Canada to England, all of those, you are responding already to toxic stress. That is what you are doing. So we have experts in this room as well, and this is a wonderful opportunity for us to continue this dialogue.
So as we all stood with the social justice team and the great message that they relayed, we're asking you guys to stand with us, to dig deep like they asked us to do in that first presentation, and take a look at this concept of toxic stress, and really see what we can do organizationally and collectively to address this issue.
We're asking you to stand on behalf of this because we believe that leadership is not about the business, it's not about the brand, and it's not about the bottom line. Leadership is about this opportunity that we have today to no more just address symptoms. No more. Because our youngest and most vulnerable citizens of the world expect better from us. We're asking you to stand here today because we believe that at its heart, leadership is about healing individuals and about healing communities.
Stand with us because we believe that if this generation is truly cared for and loved, we're going to reduce the risks of violence, disease, and ultimately toxic stress. And we're only 4 steps away from being able to change the quality of life for millions of youth. Thank you. So we also have a few questions that we'd love for you to talk about and tweet about. So thinking about what Kate had you think about, where is trauma showing up in your communities? We'd love for you to discuss and think about how does the trauma in your communities actually relate to toxic stress? So now that you know health conditions, toxic stress, trauma, what ahas are you having? And then what needs to change within the YMCA movement to be more intentional about addressing toxic stress? Tweet those responses out.
Tweet them out.
Unless you have any questions.
And also remember, we forgot to put hashtag, or is it at YMCASF as well? So include us. We love our folks at home to be able to see your guys' responses as well. So.
I don't have a question, but I'm going to take a little risk here with a call out because I'm seeing so many connections between the first presentation and this one, especially the 4th stage. And I had this conversation last night with a couple of my new friends from Australia who shared with me a little bit about what's going to happen a month or so from now. And I'm wondering, you're going to have to now because I've done it in front of everybody, Karen and Jackie. If you guys would just take a minute and share with this group, because it so relates to toxic stress and it so relates to social justice. And I'm very proud of what I'm hearing and learning about what the Ys in Australia are about to do. And I think it's something we have to watch very closely. So.
Thanks for dropping that one in my lap. As many of you know in this room, I'm sure you've all had some conversations with many of us from Australia around what's occurring in Australia at the moment and has been for the last 3 years, is a Royal Commission into institutional responses to child sexual abuse. We had that Royal Commission impacted us very deeply. And in a very profound way that really went to the heart of why we're all here, about creating a safe community and a safe place for children and young people. Sorry, this is something that's very, very dear to my heart. One of the things that we're about to do in Australia is that we've identified that historically there are a number of people who were sexually abused within the YMCA over the last 20 to 30 to 40 years. What we've done collectively as a movement together is to sign on to a national response to those survivors. And what that means is that any survivor that comes forward, any survivor of childhood trauma that comes forward to the YMCA will receive a response from us that is fair and consistent and just. And all of our YMCAs around Australia have signed on to that. And I'm very proud of the work that they've all done around signing on to something where they don't know what's going to come. We don't know how big this problem is, but everyone signed on to it because it's the right thing to do. And you'll all be hearing about that a little bit more in the next month or so.
Question in the back.
Sorry, I can't be quiet today. My question would be, did you guys look at all the media's play in creating toxic stress for our children and what impact that has had?
Again, thanks for all the easy questions, guys. Actually, the original study through Kaiser Permanente identified 10 different ACEs. The impact of the media was not one of those. However, more recent research continues to identify more and more of these ACEs. For example, bullying wasn't initially one of those adverse childhood experiences. I don't know, is my answer, whether or not the media's role has been explicitly identified. However, certainly I can make some conclusions that the amount of pressure that children are feeling around body image, because that is certainly one of the symptoms of toxic stress, definitely correlates to the media. So, thank you.
Hi, Lee again. Child abuse, hunger is quite common in Gisborne in New Zealand. One child's killed every 5 weeks. We've got 9,000 children identified by the government born every year at risk. So their trauma is perpetual, and what we do is that while they're in our environment, we make sure that we feed and we keep them safe. But at the end of the day, 90% of the abuse is coming from with someone they know and someone within the family. So I'm trying to actually think myself how you can try and mitigate toxic stress when these young children are going back into the environment that's causing it.
The studies show that if youth do have consistent, stable relationships with adults, it's not going to completely take away their likelihood to have toxic stress, but it truly does. The work that the Y does, for example, that is potentially eliminating or diminishing the potential effects. So despite the fact that, yes, they go home and perhaps continue to be abused, neglected, etc., it is making an impact, the work that we do.
And I think it's a combination of, I think thinking back to the original presentation in this entire conference and talking about the concept of accompaniment and how much of an impact that can have just in that one-on-one relationship. But I think in addition to that, it's looking at the broader scope of services that we can provide as a YMCA, be it additional social services that are looking not just at treating the trauma, but what else we're providing. As you mentioned, meals being one of those things. What are the other things we can do to support families and youth to maybe address that upstream? And then I think, lastly, as was, resounding from the last presentation, is what can we do from a policy perspective to support those folks on a greater scale?
Just real quick to that also, one of our slides coming up here has some resources on it for you. And for example, the organization called ACEs Too High has been doing a lot of pioneering work in this. And part of what they do is not just...
I was going to say, many of us are involved in early years work, and this is not a topic that I'm familiar with. I'm not an early years expert. How do you think you can help us skill up on this? Because I think that was your call to action, that we ought to be a bit more intentional. So I'm asking how you might help us do that.
Okay, so if I'm understanding the question correctly, is how do we help you to bring this to scale? Skill up, develop your own skills and development. Well, I definitely think hopefully the conversation starts today, and hopefully we've sparked your curiosity around this topic. So step one, even though I've been training concepts on toxic stress for years, it wasn't until I actually reached out to the organizations that have expertise in this and spoke with them that I really felt I got a much more holistic understanding and concept. So please reach out to organizations in your communities or to these resources that we've listed for you. And I think the educational piece comes first. Then reach out to those organizations. This goes back to those partnerships, implemented trauma-aware policies and practices. There's so much resources on the internet about this, and I think that's where it begins, the education and the looking through the resources. How'd I do? Is that helpful?
And lastly, I think just leveraging, like we said, there's a wealth of knowledge in the room. Jackie coming up here and sharing a bit about what they're doing in Australia is one primary example of that. And I think we can be seen as resources if folks would like to learn more and want to be connected in on this conversation. It's something we can do offline via V-Line to stay connected on this topic. So would encourage to use us as a platform to continue the conversation. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
I think if we were looking for a closing session today that was extraordinary, powerful, and maybe a little humbling, I think we can say mission accomplished. I want to ask all 6 of our presenters, Betty, Manuel, Grace, Lauren, Eric, and Kate, to join me up here. And to say thank you to them, I will ask Chuck Collins to come forward.
When we reached out to Dave and Chris to talk about how we might contribute to this conference, they welcomed our ideas, and I want to thank you again for giving us the opportunity and the space in which to have this type of conversation. The other is that, as you know, that when things go wrong, they're entirely the fault of the CEO. But when they go right, it's entirely because they've risen to that moment. So this is my time to say thank you to you 6 for working so hard with Jamie and me to bring, I think, to all of us, learning that we need to have, and also the courage to tell your stories in the way that you have. So I applaud you, and I'm going to give you big old hugs.
We are done early. Thank you all for that, and thank you all for a very, I hope, important day of sharing and learning from one another. I've been asked to close. They've given me 10 minutes. I will take 10 seconds by reflecting on the 5 words that sit on a little piece of paper on a door inside my cubicle at the YMCA of Greater Vancouver, and every so often I look at it just to be reminded of what's important. It's 5 words. The first 3 are the easiest words in the world that everybody will agree with. Change is good. Everybody like that? The last 2 words are nearly the most impossible 2 words that I know. You first. Thanks.
Don't go away. In the spirit of pithy thanks on what's been a long but that was pithy, P-I-T-H-Y. Pithy thanks in what's been an utterly outstanding day. Let's thank Steve, our day chair. We're done.
Just before you totally disappear, can we just gather a little information about restaurants?